Let's get things rolling. Hopefully you won't hear too much background interference. Unfortunately, my next-door neighbors are doing, like, leaf blowing, it sounds like? Which is also, of course, driving one of the dogs they live with nuts, so... I'm gonna start off today just by finishing up the Obsidia fusion. Then maybe, uh, doing a quick redeem, or not redeem, doing a quick doodle that was requested by redeem. Oh! Oh, hey Odin! Hey Krista! How's it going, you two? Thank you for the hydrate. And don't worry, I am also eating. I've got my half-eaten salad here to keep me company. Whew. Alright, so how y'all doing? Ugh. Allergies have been acting up recently, though, which really sucks. You're doing fine? It's great, getting ready to make dinner. Ooh, what are you making for dinner? I'm doing mostly pretty good. I, had a bit of an off day mentally because I didn't have a prescription that I needed for just standard brains stuff, so I'm getting back into the swing of that. But other than that, I had a decently productive day. I feel good about what I did. Got a lot of ingredients from grocery shopping that Vinny did. But I am a little concerned because, like, he got a ton of... He got, like, I asked for bell peppers, and he got a ton of these little baby bell peppers, and I can still cook them. It's just, that's gonna be, like, a lot of individual preparation for each one of those little peppers, so I'm trying to think of, okay, what dishes can I make that are just gonna use a ton of peppers to try and use them up quick as I can. Just burgers? Hey, burgers are still pretty good. It's been a while since I've had any kind of homemade burger. Cut them up and freeze them? Huh? What, you mean just as, like, a means of preserving them? How long do they really keep? We've got, like, we already have a decent amount of frozen produce that exists kind of just in this perpetual state of Schrodinger's viability. Like, is this food still good? I mean, it is frozen, but surely at some point it must be more freezer burn than vegetable. Oh, right, no. Just this part. Go. You do that so you always have bell peppers for eggs. Actually, you know, while I'm at it, does anyone have good recommendations for recipes that I could try? One of my goals is to eat healthier just in general, and I think it would be a smart idea to maybe try and outsource some recipe getting. Yours last a month tops? I mean, that's still pretty dang long. So, in terms of ingredients that I've got to work with here, for vegetables, we have long-term frozen carrots, broccoli. We might still have spinach, but that is like, even frozen, I feel like spinach from last year might not be great anymore. For fresh vegetables, we've got potatoes, which I'm pretty sure are still good. They still feel pretty firm, and I didn't see any mold on them last I checked. We've got onions, a bunch of little baby bell peppers, scallion, the spinach is probably bad. Yeah, like, Epitome swears by frozen food lasting for a really long time, but I'm pretty sure even that has its limits, you know? Let's see... Come on. Stomp it. What you waiting for? Okay. Oh, so yeah, today for fresh produce we picked up the bell peppers, onions, which we technically already had, scallions, and we also already have the potatoes, I said, and apples. That's the other thing for fresh produce. Also, hey Obsidia, how's it going? I hope you're having a good one today. What have you been up to today? Just finished working and twerking? You know, I was thinking, and like...
Oh, damn it. Today is the day we get a Salto. It wasn't yesterday.
I feel like there has to be more efficient ways to do your job as a lawyer than to be twerking throughout it all. Like, there's nothing wrong with twerking in the workplace, obviously. Oh. There she goes.
It's a Salto! He's on screen!
But, I feel like there has to be more efficient ways to like, just do your day-to-day tasks than just solely twerking. You can use that booty to bounce open drawers to get files, but wouldn't, like, bouncing them open just also kind of like toss all of the files inside up into the air? I've heard of making it rain, but usually you don't want to make it rain with important legal documents. What's that face supposed to mean, huh? Don't you shrug at me. This isn't a situation where you can just have Elijah Wood say, okay, keep your secrets. Also, hey Tibby! You have a baked chicken thighs recipe. I might give that a shot. We don't really have any baked chicken, but I could still give that a shot. Part of my own worst enemy when it comes to cooking, though, is that I'm so absent-minded that I kind of just I kind of just completely forget I have ingredients, and they end up going bad as a result. Which, admittedly, is entirely my own fault. But I'm not really sure how to improve on that. Ow. 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 It hits extra home since your 3D model's booty is quite sizable. Basically, she's to scale with your ref sheet. Well, conveniently enough, we have your ref sheet right here, so let's take a look. Oop, nope, not that layer. Huh. I see, I see. Got like a lot of curvature going on here. Very well-defined cheeks here and here. Yes, yes. I see, I see. We try to shop on a week-to-week basis for fruits and veggies to help reduce them going bad. I'd like to do that, but realistically, the problem is that other than the farmer's market, which I still need to... That reminds me, I still need to look into the farmer's market in terms of figuring out, okay, when does this thing happen? How do I get there? That sort of deal. I also need to, well, other than that, I mean, I still have a problem because outside of that, I wouldn't say I live in a food desert. Where I live, though, is a place that I could easily get groceries if I could drive, and I can't drive because I'm very gay and very anxious. And you see, therein lies my problem. And I'm not really sure what, if anything, I could do about that. Let's go here, and... and bring it up a little wider. Let's try that. The more you see them, the more you like the floating, shattered bone antlers, right? I was trying to think of what would be the coolest way to merge those two concepts, and I think what I ended up coming up with, I think it's called the Duchenne, or no, I think it's called a Bushane method. It's this really interesting kind of medical diorama where you can have it so that, something like a skull usually, it's usually a Bushane skull, where each individual piece is articulated so it can be expanded out from its original position, and you can see like this big overarching display of what is where within the skull. The best place would probably be to put in the food channel, I would think. And, you know, admittedly, I probably could, at this point, try and give learning how to drive another shot. It wouldn't be the worst idea, but we still only have one car in our household, and we also don't really want to bother paying with a second car and driver insurance, you know? So I'm a little more limited than once a week in as much as when I am able to pick up groceries. So, this week, there's something that I probably should have fixed on the schedule. Um, on Saturday, I'm actually going to be going down to visit my Papa Dear for his birthday. I don't know how long it's going to last, so I might end up having to cancel the Saturday night stream. I'm already a little anxious about drawing a belly button. Fuck it, she wears another belt there. Oh, Obsidia, Obsidia, Obsidia. Do you really think I'd bother drawing another belt? That means so much more work. You foolish, foolish bimbo, you. I'm actually, though, a little anxious about, visiting my Papa Dear, because, well, he means well, but he's sometimes not the best at remembering some identifier thing. Oh, no, wrong one. Some identifier things for me. And I'm also still unsure of where I stand. Is this working? I'm still unsure where I stand with my, my sister's family. Though I do still love them. And I am overall looking forwards to it. Though I also feel a little bad because we were going to be visiting Epitome's moms as well this week, and we weren't able, like, the plan to do so fell through, so unfortunately we're not actually going to be able to, and that's also kind of sad. It's how you are when you talk with your mom. I can feel that. I hope y'all can't hear the leaf blower going on next door. Is your Batgirl on Sunday a Dehampir? Yes, mechanically. She is a Dehampir. I was a really big fan of the movement options that they have. Oh, all you hear is Seahorse? Is Seahorse too loud? I can turn them down too. Oh, you can hear me? Good, good, good. But yeah, she is a Dehampir. I don't remember if I've explained the full lore of her dealie, but genetically she is half Kender on her father's side. That's the noble house family, and then half orc on her mother's side. The only thing she really gets from the orc is the added height compared to a normal Kender, a little bit of this, the more scrunched up nose, and also more pronounced teeth. Yeah, like she's 3'11", which for a Kender is exceptionally tall. But, mostly Kender. However, she is also a member of her family, which means that she contains a little bit of a eldritch, sun-devouring cosmic horror that, you know, just has a little bit of some weird mutations that are expressed in her body. I'm really looking forward to the first time I'm gonna be able to describe how she feeds with her special bite attack, because let me tell you, I've been looking at some animals for inspiration for that, and none of them are the animals you'd probably think for a vampire. But I can tell you that what you're going to see is something along the lines of, well, I'll say that it involves a lot of teeth. What might be a tongue, might be a proboscis, definitely looks a lot like, intestines turned inside out. Is this a good time to remind chat that, I am a horror GM, most notably? Because I feel like this is a good time to mention that again. Lamprey? Not far off. Not far off. I'm actually gonna be basing it largely off of specific kinds of parasitic worms. But to get the full effect, I'll have to wait so I can properly show it off. Oh, Bernadette! Hello, dear, hello. Bernadette. Even if you're only lurking, your presence fills me with such delight that I think, even without the title, you're always going to be one of my little champs. However, because you redeemed the title, let's give you the full treatment, because you, Bernadette, yes, you are my little pog champ. There you go. You played in a dark fantasy setting where the vampires used leeches as their animal subtype. Yeah, that was one of the things that I actually really enjoyed about Darkest Dungeon's monster design. It used only non-traditional vampire-based animals. Oh, so welcome back, Odin. Okay, I think since I'm doing minimal shading on all of these, I think that we're pretty much done with this one. Oh yeah, I was saying welcome back because you said greetings. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how this one turned out. So... You wonder how a mashup of us would look like? That's a good question. I might end up opening up the a second round of fusion picks after I get through more of my backlog. Well, thank you, though. Maybe you'll learn how to draw just to do that. Oh, that's sweet of you. And hey, there's a lot of great ways to learn how to draw these days. If you wanna, then go for it. Ah, stretch. You're at work doing some data entry, trying not to be too desperately bored. Well, I mean, learning how to draw could certainly be one way to distract yourself. Also, I was going to say congrats, Obsidia, but then I realized that you said date day and not, like, anniversary date. It was like, okay, I mean, I'm still congratulating, because being able to regularly make time for your significant other that frequently is very admirable. But also, it's not exactly the anniversary that I had read it as. No, Sundays are the day you reserve to do stuff. That's good. That's smart. That's something that I too would like to take to heart. I'm gonna take a few more bites of my salad. Ow. I was off my methylphenidate today, so I have a bigger appetite. We finished our Flag Means Death, that ending. I know, right? Like, it's such a good part of... It's such a good part of Steed's character arc, and given that the whole thing is basically set up as a romantic comedy at its core, it was still absolutely heartbreaking because Taika Waititi can fucking act. So he plays heartbreak really well. And you get this great dichotomy of him leaning into for his own, like, his own attempts at numbing the pain. You see him leaning into the toxic, impossible to live up to masculinity standard of the Kraken. But then, the second you see him behind closed doors, he is an absolutely broken man. And he pulls off that performance so well. And I can't wait to see the second season. Yeah, I was so excited to see those announcements. Yeah. Obviously, the show's Steed is pretty embellished, and, you know, hopefully will live significantly longer in his pirate career than the historical Steed, who only lived 2 years after becoming a pirate. But, we'll see. We'll see. Alright, so... So... I do have to catch up on a backlog of doodle requests. And the first one... I'll be honest, I don't really have a super specific plan for. I don't totally remember exactly what was requested by Aeroace, but I know that it involved a small dragon and a pride flag, or the colors of a pride flag, so I'm gonna see what I can do with that. And once I finish, or at least get a decent starting point for that, I'll see what else I am up to doing before switching over to do more work on the Goblin model. Alright, so let's get some pictures of small dragons. Okay, important question for those of you who have seen it. Who's your favorite character? Who's your favorite character in Our Flag Means Death? Crunchy is great, but probably Blackbeard. It is a really great ensemble cast. I would say, oh. You can't remember his name. Oh, his name's Lucius. But the first mate, it killed you when he was drawing, and it was literally just a drawing of his penis. I love also how, like, Lucius is part of a canonical polycule on the pirate ship. And not only is there, like, no shade thrown at him for being a part of the polycule, it's probably, like, the healthiest and overall happiest, most communicative relationship on the entire boat. I really hope he didn't end up drowning. That would have sucked. He probably didn't. I have theories about that. My going theory is that, because we never actually saw him... Well, first off, it's a rule of cinema that if you don't show someone, explicitly show someone dying, there is always the chance that they survived. You cannot rule that out. But specifically on top of that, also... So the reason I think he survived is because we never actually saw them bring up the scaffolding that had been lowered down when he was supposed to be scraping off barnacles. And I think because of that, there's reasonable cause to believe that he could have survived just by, like, landing on one of those. And we've also seen how he handled himself inside of the one private room, by which I mean, was forced to hide in the box, in the crate by Jim. I do think that he would be able to successfully live on the ship without being noticed. Also, I'm sorry that this is taking a little while. I'm trying to find good dragon reference pictures that I want to work with. The one line Yuko and I keep quoting is Blackbeard talking about his art of himself. 9 guns? Ridiculous! I have 1 gun and 1 knife, just like everyone else. Oh. God. I have such respect for the show, for doing the research, for seeing, like, okay, what would be a historically reasonable and accurate costume that a historical figure like Blackbeard would have worn in this area, in this area. They found the answer, then they immediately decide to throw it entirely in the garbage because they realize that, yes, Taika Waititi entirely in leather is a good fucking look. There are not many men that I will say this about quite this freely, but I have a statement I've prepared on the matter involving Taika Waititi, leather, and his butt. Let me just... Sorry, this is a little difficult for me to say, but... Hamana hamana hamana. Hamana 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 hamana. Auga. Bark. Bark bark bark. Bark. Woof woof bark. Bark. Yip yip bark. Bark. Bark bark. Woof woof bark. Ow. Bark. Thank you for indulging me in my important public statement about Taika Waititi and his ass. We'll now return to your normally scheduled music. Also, hi, Light Show. How's it going? You caught the stream just in time to see me be horny. And like I said, there are very few men that I will be that openly horny for. Ah! Hey! Ah! Why? What did I do to deserve this? Ah! Thank you. How can the man who played Hitler be that hot? I needed to cool down. I'm certain, Light Show, I have not the faintest idea what you could be talking about. All I said was homina 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 awooga bark 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 woof woof bark yip yip bark woof bark awoo, and then I wunk. How come the past tense of wink isn't wunk? Is it because it sounds too much like you're talking about a woman who's very muscular? You know, you've got your hunks and wunks. Is that why? Sometimes you wish someone was that horny for you? Hmm? Have you brought that concern up to your fiancé? That seems like the kind of important communication that you two should make sure to develop in this important juncture in your lives. Wouldn't it be more like wunks and monks? Maybe. Although I think now we're like swerving into the realm of I need a name to give this really weird warlock monk combo build that I've got going. I know, I'll call it a wonk. Yes, Subsidia. Yes, I do. Sheesh. Now, I think we can all agree with Bayonetta. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. Arrgh, bark, bark. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. One. Oh, ooh. It's raw, dommy, lesbian, sex maid manifest. I mean, I don't remember if it's the director or the producer, but I remember one of them is just unabashedly, openly gay. And I feel like, also considering that her entire source of power is voguing, that's not something that a straight anyone could come up with. Just say it as she is, a dominatrix MILF. I mean, you're not wrong. She killed God with the power of gay. I've got the power of gay and anime on my side. What? Ah! Oh, I got a surprise message from someone. What could this be? Oh. Oh, the model's been updated again. Nice. Ow. I like that your pelvis is a good 15 degrees off from where your torso is. That's kind of fantastic. Ow. Okay, let's see what other lizards. Hey chat, what are other cool lizards that I could use as inspiration for a tiny little dragon? Hey Key, how's it going? A bearded dragon, I see, so... Oh.
Why, hello there. How's it going, everybody? It is time for that moment you've all
Why,
been
how's it
waiting
going
for.
there, everyone? My name is
The
Key.
moment that I have been waiting to show
Simply the best
all of you.
little
So please,
cat
be
dragon
kind, be gentle.
puppy.
This
Rawr.
way.
Rawr.
Hi. How's it going?
How are you doing today, Key? Look up the Borneo earless
Rawr.
monitor. It's literally Dargan. Okay. I'm a little confused because, like, don't most lizards at least look like they're earless? I've never seen a lizard that, like, I could sure, there are ear holes that you can pretty easily see, but... like, I've never looked at a lizard and thought, ah yes, those are very present and visible ears. You know? Is it just literally it does not have the ability to hear things? Because if so, that seems like a very strange evolutionary adaptation. He can't stand the power of her own rawr. I know, right? Like a certain bimbo Death Knight would say, you hate to see it. You just hate to see it. Who would win in a fight between rawr, and brrrrah? They are very different. Let's check out this Borneo earless monitor. You like that you always describe you as a bimbo Death Knight. Like, you ain't wrong. I mean, I understand you're working on your herbo degree. That's respectable. It's good to have a goal in life. Oh yeah, these are little prickly guys. This is just a little Godzilla. Such a tiny little Godzilla. What are you doing down there, little guy? You plotting? Are you scheming? Oh, no. This one, please. Okay. I have a little more salad. Ow. 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 I also like to think your pelvis difference is the model. In the model is because you're wearing heels and that pushes you forward. That could well be it. Heels, in many ways, are like a bra. They lift and they separate. Or they're both made by Chanel. Or Victoria has some, but she won't tell you about them. Ow. I'm not sure, actually. All I know is that you can wear the Chanel boots. And this is me saying that you, chat, yes, you personally can wear the Chanel boots. This is me giving you my express permission. If need be, feel free to go out to your local mall or wherever you can find a place that sells Chanel products and you steal those boots. This is satire. This is me clearly expressing the point of satire. Because otherwise I could get in legal trouble. But what people do with my advice is up to them. Legally, I'm okay because one of my viewers is a lawyer. And she hasn't tried to stop me yet, so I'm probably good. Also, hey Bunny, how's it going? Oh, this reminds me of something. Speaking of, shall we say, questionable humor, my face is going a little weird when I talk. That's weird. I guess my eyes are a little more sensitive than normal. I'm not sure why. I'll have to try and look into that, I guess. But while I remember, on the subject of questionable humor, I unfortunately realized some good news and some bad news, chat. The good news is it turns out that Disney Plus has a catalog of Disney Channel original movies from the 1990s to the 2020s. Well, more specifically, the 2010s. I don't think they've actually made any 2020 Disney Channel original movies yet for obvious reasons. But the bad news is that I found out that Disney Plus has all of the Disney Channel original movies from the 1990s through to the 2010s, and I guess technically the 2020s, but maybe not. Which means, unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to start watching some of those in the Discord server, so I can do some sort of, I don't know, rating system? I don't know. I gotta figure out what kind of a rating system I should try to do for those. Ow. 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 Thank y'all for being patient with all my salad eating. Alright, let's see. So I've got no real idea what exactly it is that Arrow Ace wants beyond Dragon that's Pride. I don't actually even remember if she said she wanted a dragon, like, in Pride colors? Or, like, a dragon with a Pride flag or something? So, it's kind of just a big... and I'll probably just need to check base with her later. Excuse me. They've all got these little eyes. Or something like that. No, that's just the Pisces sign, that's nothing. like that, maybe? And then, like, kind of do the sort of, like, bumpy forehead ridge thing that the Beardy's got going. Something like that, maybe? By the way, though, on that note, if anyone has any more suggestions for Disney Channel original movies that I should watch and do stuff with, then head over to the Discord, go to the Suggestions channel, you'll find that we've already got a lot going there. Maybe something like this? Okay, I think that could work. By the way, if there are any big lizard heads in chat that want to give suggestions or anything as I go through this, feel free. This is just come as you are, say as you want, as long as it's not breaking the rules kind of stream tonight. They've all got this little kind of bloopy bit underneath their little chinny chin chins. Gotta give them their little flappy hands. Sort of like that. And that. Not sure what to do for their little handies, because these are pretty short. These are like, some are short, then some are really long, and then these are all pretty long. I watched a lot of Disney Channel movies growing up. Yes and no. So I didn't actually have Disney as a station for a lot of my childhood, I would say. When we did have it, I watched a decent number of Disney Channel movies. And also, I know that, I don't know if they still do it, but ABC used to have this thing where they would have Disney movies on... They would have Disney movies on every Sunday night, and I think some of those were Disney Channel movies. So, yeah, I saw some. Well, trying to think of what specific ones I've seen, and the only ones that really jump to mind are the Even Stevens movie. Because that was the first time I'd ever seen someone kill Shia LaBeouf. And it gave me proof that no one, not even him, is truly invincible. That movie I remember, and I also remember... It was the one where someone had made, like, a sentient hologram that was basically a Vocaloid, but it, you know, developed sentience and all that. I remember that one, too. I might have one time seen part of Cadet Kelly, but I remember nothing about it. Oh, and there was a Disney Channel movie where a baseball kid got really into cooking and made, like, a weird sauce. I remember that one. What about y'all, chat? Any that particularly stick with you? Yeah, some of them were, I guess. Good to know. I feel like for a little while that was kind of an unofficial Disney Channel motto. Good enough. I will be right back. Gotta go toss my salad box. And we're back. Hey chat, does anyone else ever get, like, jaw fatigue when you eat salad for too long? Or, like, too much? Is that just a me thing, or is that normal? Or is that just a sign like, oh man, your jaw is really out of shape, you need to, like, eat better? Because that would also be true, but... Salading can get hard. You watched a bit of them. Enjoyed the whole cycle of building up and making real-life pop stars from TV series and movies and branching off new ones off more popular ones over time. That is a very interesting form of celebrity, for sure. Totoro got sick again? Aww. Sometimes I worry about the sheer frequency with which he does a little hurl. Like, if he was just hurling up hairballs, that would be understandable, because that's like, okay, it's not great, but it's a relatively normal-ish thing for a cat to do. But like, when he just hurls food, I never know what to think of it. And I usually just get worried. If anyone in chat has any experience with cats and little kitties that have stomachs smaller than their eyes, or just work themselves up so much that they can't, our dumb, stupid, beautiful idiot son tried to bury it on a hardwood floor. That it took a bit of me repeating that to me face to face for it to sink in. Oh, he's such a himbo. From what I know about lizards, is they all got tiny little hands. And they hold them like someone who has no idea what to do with their hands holds them. Except chameleons. Those little guys are kleptomaniacs. If you give a chameleon something, they will take it and run away with it. Okay. You know, I'm particularly pleased with how this dragon's head came out. Well, the sketch for the dragon's head at least came out. First, since she's in Germany, it's gonna take a while for me to actually be able to check with her, but that's fine. Not to drag you in front of chat, but when are you gonna draw the thing you spent points on? This is also something that someone spent points on. I'm very behind. Can't tell if this is a dragon squatting or someone bending down to drop a deuce. Probably both. I know. I haven't. I'm just very bad at time management. I love you too. I don't love this earache that I am feeling. It's very sudden. It's probably just from over chewing with my jaw. Ow. I hope. Well, if I end up being unable to comfortably talk with it, then I'll have to close up early, but right now I'm fine. You're no longer in a good mood, mice are being absolute pests. Mice can be a very difficult infestation to deal with. We've dealt with it twice already. At our current apartment. Though, correct me if I'm remembering wrong, dear, but the second time, Totoro was actually able to catch one of them, wasn't he? The strangest dragon I have drawn in a little bit. But I guess that's not saying too much. I think the last dragon I drew was actually P. This guy really is starting to look like someone who's up at 3 a.m. with the boys looking for beans. And I don't know what he's gonna do when he finds those. But he will. Alright. I think we have most of the basic parts of what makes a dragon and or a lizard a lizard. For beans. Mm-hmm. Also, if I have any big lizard fans in chat, you know, big lizard heads, feel free to let me know if I'm making this thing enough of a little pressure to be in line with proper reptiles. I want to bring the... Oh, I think I want to bring the arms up a little further. Which should maybe like around here. Yeah, that feels a little closer. There we go. Thank you also, Krista. I finally actually got a chance to check the Discord, and the thighs do look really good. Making little wing thingies. Wingies, if you will. Yeah, let's keep them relatively simple, I think. Gosh, I have so many redeems that I need to catch up on. I'm not sure what to do, though, other than, like, put some kind of temporary slowdown or halt on some of them, but that doesn't seem fair. Hey, dear. Hey, dear. Sorry.
Stand up, do something. No, not fine, let me take a bite. What do you need?
Can you send me a reference picture?
Remember?
Well, I have pictures of Totoro.
No, for what I want. So, yeah, I've sent them to you like 3 times already.
I don't know. Are they pinned anywhere, or...?
I'll see.
Okay. I'm trying to think also of what to do with the posing and stuff in this one. Sounds like that set's over. Want to know something interesting? Sure, what you got? Ooh, excuse me. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to... Never mind. Steel from from before the 40s was incredibly valuable due to them not being contaminated by radioactive materials. Huh. I mean, I guess that does track. Interesting. So how many radioactive materials were cross-contaminating steel after that? Or I guess alternatively, what part of the steel making process changed that incorporated those? I did not know that, though. Thank you for sharing. They're called low background steel and are usually sourced from shipwrecks. Used in modern particle detectors because steel after the 40s are contaminated with radioactive fallout from the Trinity bomb site, Little Boy and Fat Man. Can I repeat that? I'll be honest, I don't know if I don't remember, I don't know if I remember what I said. That is interesting, though. I did not know that. Oh, I remember saying, you know what? And then I was going to say something and lost my train of thought. So because I'm still not totally sure if I remember everything that was going to be included here. So much radioactive fallout that even steel made today is too radioactive? Wow. That somehow feels remarkably bleak. Well, I guess not even really somehow. I can kind of figure out why it feels bleak. Sobering, perhaps? Sobering feels like maybe. People who work in nuclear power plants can't walk through Grand Central Station? You mean, like, legally they can't? Or are they, like, physically repelled by the force fields? Medically? Why is that? Is it because they would be, like, a danger to other people?
This is the school.
They'll go over their yearly safe dose of radiation. Is that from the station itself? Or is that from the people in it? So, like I was saying here, I still don't totally know what it is that I'm doing with this one. So rather than risk going too far with this, and then having it not really be what she's after, I'm gonna instead try to work around that and focus on some other stuff in the meantime, and ow. Ugh. Hope this is just jaw fatigue and not like, I don't know, earache? I don't know. Pretty sure it's just jaw fatigue. Let's clean this out though while I have it. headbutt out. Okay. Either the granite or the marble is slightly radioactive. Huh. Hey Ninji, how's it going? Hope you've been having a good one today. Sore and stressed, but you're alright. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're sore and stressed. I hope that the stream will give you a little chance to sit back, relax, take a load off. I'll try and be as comfy, cozy, accommodating as I can. So since I'm not sure where to take the Arrow Ace Dragon from here, I am gonna work on something else that I also owe. You're always a comfy, cozy streamer. Aww, thank ya. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Okay, so... this comes from a specific tweet by a webcomic artist, a cartoonist, a children's book author, named Abby Howard. And it is... it is... okay, can I have... there's the specific status. It's a dream that she had for a comic idea, where every day you give your pets people juice, and you send them to school. That's it. That's the whole idea. People juice makes them slightly people-ish. So we're gonna be trying to draw something with Totoro roughly in this style. We'll see how well I can do. But this is the art style that we're working with here. Very sketchy pencil work. It is a very lovely art style, agreed. Was there a specific outfit that you were hoping to see Totoro in, dear? Or just kinda like... whatever? Or... I'll just leave that question hanging while I go through... nothing specific, something a 5-year-old would wear to the first day of kindergarten. Hey dear, guess who's having a fruit? Is it you? Covered in protein. That's still good. Let me just look through our Discord for references of the boy to see when the last picture that we have of him is. Or at least a pic of him. No, I didn't finish the dragon, but it's at the point where I don't really... I've got the basics of a dragon. I remember that was a big part of what was being asked for, but I don't really have anything specific beyond that I recall. I remember there being like a pride flag or pride colors involved, but I decided rather than start something and then kind of just forget about what I was doing with it or need to change, it would make more sense if I did it that way. Yeah. Totoro has a childish cap. Okay, yeah. Are you thinking more like a baseball cap? Like those, well, not... Yeah, like those, early elementary school in Japan kind of bucket hat-looking dealies? Okay, baseball cap or propeller, alright. Okay, let's see... Whew. That was the last picture I can find. Okay. I thought I would ask. There we go. I think that's a good pick for us to work off of here. Okay. Awry. Rotate.
I am putting this next to the Clefairy doll. Remember, it is next to the Clefairy doll.
Thank you, dear.
Okay. Let's see what we can do here. I'll probably use the pencil itself. What does normal pencil even look like? Oh, wait. Oh, there. Oh, that's very fine. Okay. It's not bad. Not quite what I'm looking for to match the style, but, you know, that should still be fine. Let's go with mechanical pencil. Okay. Important question. Should the ears be underneath the hat, around the hat, or through the hat? Because it could be problematic for a hat. What? Okay. He says he's giving me artistic license. I don't even know if I could do all three. Sounds like it would be very difficult. Another problem. I don't have my brain meds. I get very sleepy throughout the day. He's got very grumpy eyes for a child. They're not outright angry, but they are grumpy. Maybe something kind of like this. Just his normal grump face? Yeah, isn't that what I'm drawing? So I feel like this is something that, from what I've learned, is kind of universal to a lot of different artists. But I've found, no matter how hard I try, if I'm drawing a face, I will start making the expression that I'm drawing. I don't know why. It's just a natural mirroring instinct. So like when I'm drawing this, my eyes are getting like a little closed. If this face comes out good, maybe it should become an emote, just saying. I mean, would it really do better than Totoro, though? Like, would you want it to express an emotion other than the one Totoro does? It's Grump Totoro? I guess that is an emotion we don't really have an emote for. But, no buts. You're too small and too much of a literal cat to be having a rebellious teenage phase. That's not how those work, son.
Big Apple, 3 a.m.
Also bring up the emote. Give myself more points of comparison. Assuming I can find the emote.
It's the green machine, gonna
There
rock
it
the town
is.
without being seen. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Slamming and jamming to the new swing sound. Yeah, Everybody, let's move. Holophonics here with the new Jack groove. Gonna rock and roll this place with the power of the Ninja Turtle bass. Iceman, you know I'm not playing. Devastate the show while the turtles are saying ninja, ninja,
Oh.
rap, ninja, ninja, rap, ninja,
Okay.
ninja.
I feel a little more awake.
Go ninja,
Go ninja, go! Go ninja, go ninja, go! Go ninja, go! Go ninja, go ninja, go!
Gosh, this emote really did come out fantastically. I'm still proud of this. How these kind of like crescents. Yeah. He is just a little man. What do you think, dear? I don't really feel like I'm capturing his likeness, but at the same time, I'm not sure what else to do other than just try and, like, really simplify his pattern. You can simplify? I'll certainly try to. Excuse me. As long as you get the asymmetry on the nose. Alright, I'll see what I can do with that. Not sure how to make that look good either without it just looking like he has one massive nostril, since this is all black and white. Hmm. Hope everyone's having a good one. A very nice, relaxing, good one. I know I am. Maybe a little too relaxing. Oh, gosh. Gotta stay awake. Figure out how to do asymmetry with a nose this simplified.
I am Dracula.
Kind of what we got going here, I think. Okay, now how am I gonna do this part? Without it just looking very weird.
Dracula. The very mention of the name brings to mind things so evil, so fantastic, so degrading. You wonder if it isn't all a dream, a nightmare. Who lived after death, lived on human blood, took the form of a vampire bat, and lured innocent girls to a fate truly worse than death. Dracula. I am Dracula.
Cross-hatching, maybe. Get a little more darkness in its tone. Do you see the problem that I'm running into, though, dear? like, if the nose and mouth was a little more detailed and complicated, it would be a lot easier to show what it is, you know? I'm sorry. I know that our son's little snot marking. Don't have to do the exact mouth she did. That's fair. Alright. Oh, you didn't mean the art style. Oh. Okay. That does open up some options. Getting people juice and gonna first say a kindergarten. Gonna make so many friends, total roll. Won't even know what to do with all them friends. Hey, Epitome. Do you want to set a fun poll? Or, like, a fun prediction, rather. Not a poll, a prediction. Something like, how long until B starts being fully sleep drunk? Oh, it would be this. Wait, no. It would be this. It would be the / and poll. It could be something like, will B go full sleep drunk this stream? Or whatever you want, really. Have fun with it if you want. And if you don't want to have fun with it, too bad. That's a personal request that you do. You know how to rib me and well, I was gonna say ribbled me, but that's not quite the vibe I'm going for right now, but you know how to rib me and josh me and make fun of me in a loving way. Something like that. Will B become sleep drunk this stream? Yes or no? Make your predictions now, folks. Or don't. I'm not the boss of you. Don't worry, the prediction bot will... not bot. The prediction will be fine. The cat's not amused? Oh, the cat we're drawing, yeah. I was gonna say, no, that emote is like a very jovial Totoro. Because you think you're already past your bedtime? Look. 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 Do I look or sound tired to you, Ninji? If it helps people make decisions. I got up this morning sometime between like 8 and 8:30, then I fell back asleep. Then I got up again, I want to say like around maybe 10:30? Rabbits usually sleep deeply around noon. Article you didn't read. A likely story that you may or may not have read. We'll see about that. I don't know how we would do that, seeing about, but we will find a way to see about that. And, going back to something from, like, half an hour ago, Ninji. I'm down whenever I'm, like, not actively working on something to do more of For the King. Let you know in advance. You're always free and aren't sure when you plan on working. Fair. I will keep that in mind. Alright. Hey son, do you want to come over here to model? No? Okay, that's fair. Be lying if I said I wasn't, like, looking over my shoulder now and then to take a sneaky peek at what he's doing with his little feetsies. No, that's not quite right. I'll be real, I don't know how to draw cat legs. They're weird little things, filled with knives. Does anyone really know how to draw cat legs? Well, I don't know. I've never seen Cats Don't Dance, which, well, first off, isn't really about cats so much as it is about racism in Hollywood and the entertainment industry. But second off, I imagine would have to feature cat legs quite a bit. Could make them any shape and they'd be like, yep, that's a cat leg. Alright, so, like... there it is. There's his leg. Also, hey Lavender, how's it going? Hope you're having a nice one today. Beans. Beans. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot when I was trying to think of all of the ingredients that we've got around the house that I really need to use in recipes this week to just start getting rid of them. And one of those is we have an awful lot of canned beans. I need to find some outlets for those. You doing alright just running some Elden Ring with no sleep? Lavender. Lavender. You should be doing sleep with no Elden Ring, not Elden Ring with no sleep. That's not good. Sleep is illegal. Then you must be a criminal. It's the right month for it. You gotta B-day goo crimes. You gotta be gay and do crimes. It's the not law. I demand you fall asleep immediately. Just wherever you are, fall immediately unconscious and get a good, like, solid, let's say 8 hours. Get some nice REM cycles going in there. I still don't really know what REM is, and at this point, I don't really care. From what I remember, it's like a kind of decent music group. REM, I think. It's rapidly fired eldritch missile if you hyphenate the RF. It is someone who's really shitty at spelling, misspelling the word for a male sheep. Rapid eye movement? Sounds fake, but I don't know enough about it to dispute it either. Okay. Mm. Mhm. And like this, maybe?
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. First up, conversion gel. Will it give you lemons? Make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science.
Yes, sir.
Lemons.
Lemons. More like memes, am I right? That's some 2005 to 2008 era internet memetic reference terminology. Some real memes for meme connoisseur. The meme connoisseur, if you will. And unfortunately, if you existed back in 2005 to 2008, you would. You would have no choice. You would simply have to accept it, or else you would become the target of the lols. And no one wants to be a target of lols. It's just not very fun.
Could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel. Guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison.
I'm deathly ill. Haha, lemon. Don't read, haha, lemon, lime, citruses, haha, hee hee. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for the next volume. I am the character in this work. Help Clep.
Don't make lemonade.
My author is a total fangirl.
I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these?
Lowercase o underscore o uppercase o.
Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down.
With the lemons. With the lemons.
Engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. With the lemons. With the lemons. With the lemons. Killing like screaming more pain pills.
Oh, no, ow, 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 ow! Thank you, Lavender. Question for y'all, chat. Do you prefer, when the big yeet happens, do you prefer that to be, one like what just happened where it's so powerful it pushes me off the screen? Or do you prefer that I stay on the screen for the entirety of it? I'm curious. Oh, ow. Oh, there you are. Hey, bud. Ow, 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 ow. I don't know if I can do it randomized, unfortunately. I think it's either I can do it with knockback or I can do it without. Think you like me on screen? Alright. Well, when I next go on break, I'll see if I can try to... I'll see if I can try and finagle it a bit. And I probably will go on break soonish. The secret is, though, chat, that Epitome likes throwing things at me in real life, too. That's his dark secret. his dark materials. That was a book, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was a book. Maybe a series. Excuse me. Visa barao. Bida boo badu bazida zibu babi boo. Beep boop bop bip boo. Zip bop bip big dab it boo. Zip bop boop buddy bop boo. Why don't you tell the chat the truth, Epitome? The truth about how you enjoy throwing small objects at me. You enjoy throwing small objects, period. Ask your staff. Dear, are you saying that when you're at work in a pharmacy where things are very delicate and easily scattered about or knocked around, you enjoy throwing those things? For shame. 4 whole shames. They tell me you should give up your career aspirations of an NBA player. Trash. Balls of paper. Bags that cannot open. Alright, so from the looks of it, none of these pets are wearing pants, so we're just gonna go with shirt for Toadie. Totoro. I guess Totoro must be over with the Epitome. Full Pooh Bear. Yeah, it's a Pooh Bear out sort of look, you know? He's not? Huh. Well, he's not over here either. Mortal Kombat! Ah, Bean, it was the wrong dang layer. Oh, beans, that was all the wrong dingly. Ain't that just the way? Yeah, that's time to the right layer for sure. Come back! This is great also because the ambiguity of this t-shirt design means it could also be read as like medical scrubs. And I think the expression of someone going to work at a kindergarten and someone going to work at a hospital is relatively the same. No. Yeah, that looks about right. Did you find him? I think he found him.
Oh, there he is. He was under the dinner.
Oh. Baby!
You recognize the shape of the pizza? He didn't think he had one.
Well, I guess we need to consider feeding him more treats. Oh, you're not a fatty. I know, but he also isn't. Fat adjacent.
I go, Trump. You're no cement. You're no cement.
He is a bit of a chomp.
That is me.
Hmm. Also, come here a sec. I wanted to know what you thought. Yeah, what'd you think of the hat?
It's cute. I haven't seen the hat yet.
You
Yeah,
like it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else I should change?
A design on the shirt and some Q-tips sticking out of the lunchbox.
I already got the
Or
Q-tip.
backpack. Oh, good.
What kind of design?
He is a gamer.
That is true. He takes after his parents in being a disgusting gamer.
He doesn't like to be fun.
Okay. Excuse me.
Bad about Mr. P20. That used to be my P20.
There is a 3D printed, slightly less than palm-sized D20 die that Epitome's moms, they got a 3D printer a few years back and have gotten like really into just making random stuff with it because they've always been like crafty people, and this is just, oh yeah, this is another new tool we can do that with. And they ended up at some point getting a blueprint for a D20 and made one of those, and it's been around the house here and there, but we've found that it works really well as a Totoro toy, because what he'll do is he'll bat it around, and like after the initial bat, it kind of does incrementally more returns out of it, because he bats it, he then immediately registers as, oh, this is a small object moving quickly away from me, I must catch it. And then he pounces over and bats it again, and then he goes, oh, this is a small object moving quickly away from me, I must catch it. Because you see, he's not exactly a very bright cat. This is one of his better and worst qualities. And he'll just do that for a little while until he momentarily forgets that the little D20 exists in the first place. Don't teach your cats how to play D&D, by the way. It's just gonna be heartbreak, I'm sure. It's somewhere. Probably. Probably. You're welcome. I'm glad. Time for the next track. Oh, that's right. I was going to grab a picture of a D20 and then I got distracted. Should I do like caffeine or something, dear? We got Coke. You think I should try doing some Coke? So copy this. Nope, I said I would like all of this. Copy. Paste. Medical professional in me. No caffeine. Afternoonish. You. That's fine. Oh, come on, really? How'd you get everything but... Oh, no, I didn't want that one. I wanted... No, not that one. I wanted that one. There we go. Let's cut away at these sides. Move it down here. In shrinking the 20. Do a little bit of transforming. Robots in disguise. There's robots in disguise, there's robots in the fields, in the water. There's robots dang near every. There's too many robots, I tell you. There's too many robots. What are we gonna do with all these robots? Have them star in movies that are actually just metaphors for the increasing hostility and alienation that humans have with other humans? No, we already saw how badly that turns out with the Terminator. People won't get the message. They'll think it's literally supposed to be about robots. Oh, oh, there we go, I'm back. Hey, Odin. Save this. Next thing you'll tells me is that Fight Club ain't about just guys being dudes. Nah. It's about guys being gay. And then also toxic masculinity. I don't know why I'm turning vaguely Joysian. I don't know. This is just what's happening, and I gotta go with it, I guess. Freaking guess. It's about two dudes sitting in a hot tub next to each other because they are gay. Also incorrect. Fight Club is about two dudes sitting so close together that they're indistinguishable because they are not in fact two dudes, they're actually just one dude who thinks that he is two separate dudes. The one dude is still gay, however. Alright. I am starting to feel legitimately a little loopy. So, first off, congratulations to who won. Like I said, I am feeling a little loopy. I'm feeling a little sleepy, so I'm gonna take a very quick... Oh no, I'm not going. Unless you're going for the night, in which case, good night, Odin. Take care, sweet dreams. No, I was just gonna say that I'm gonna take a little bit of time to just, like, get up, walk around a bit, stretch, maybe do something with caffeine or something, and yeah. Okay, so, BRB everyone, take care, I'll be back soon. And I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'll probably need to take another breather to grab my pills, but for now, I'm still pretty okay. And I'm gonna be switching over to work on some live 2D once I get this up and running. Oh, nope. Please don't minimize things. I need the things to be seen. Okay, let's close out of this for now. Okay. Thank you, Lavender. It's good to be back. Alright, where was I? Yeah. Alright, let's see, where was I here? Oh, I crack open a cold one. Woo! I'm sure having caffeine this late at night should be fine. It's only 69 milligrams. Nice. The drug number. I think I was on the tube blouse. Specifically the tube blouse switch. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was working on. Oh, no, that's a common misconception, Odin. 420 is actually the sex number. This definitely isn't just a bit that I decided at some point would be funny and am now just sticking with. This is absolutely what I genuinely know in my heart and mind to be the meanings behind these numbers. Sorry, I had really weird blinks there for a second. Alright. Tube blouse. We're looking for... Yeah, we're looking for these next. So let's get... Yeah, let's just start with these one by one.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was.
Wait, what?
Catch them is my real
Is
test.
oh, it's Pokemon but Ska! Oh yeah, I love this already.
Searching for
Far and wide, each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, my heart's so true. I'm gonna to pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all. Challenge along the way, courage I will face. Each Pokemon will help me be pleased to earn my rightful place. Tell me the time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's always been our dream. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend in the world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, my heart's so true. My courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all.
So I've got more good news and bad news for everyone, chat. I don't know which one you'd rather hear first, but the bad news is I accidentally let the waffles that we had bought sit out, and now they're all like weird and soggy and soft until they get frozen again. And I still don't feel great about that. The good news is I don't have COVID again. That's all. Thank you for listening. It is, yeah. This looks about right. Okay, yeah. Now I need to do the tails for the other side. Nope, not that one. So I want it to be there on that line. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm looking for here. Totoro's made this habit of, at night, sometimes hanging out in here, I guess because the air conditioning might be a little stronger, and just crawling under the bed, and it makes it very frustrating when I have to try and get him out because I close up here because we're supposed to not be allowing him into this room unsupervised because, for one, there is the concern that he might end up trying to chew things that he is not supposed to chew because he is not very bright. And for two, because I don't want to encourage him to become a gamer. I've already made my peace with my own life choice, but I want better for him. So it's this one. I think right there. I think he just deserves better, you know? Music? Is still going, or... Oh, that was just the end of that set. Okay. Moving on to the next one. I think that's roughly right. This could be brought in a little bit. I think that's roughly right. And the bottom is like about there, that's correct. Up could go a little further downwardly though. looks about right. Okay, now I need to also do one for the necklaces. And then I also need to go in and do some Y swishes for the bows. Okay. Necklace. Swish. Necklace. Swish. There we go. Set this to the necklaces. Start with this one. Zabadi boo pappy doo, zubu pappy, zabadi bap boo boo, zubu papa. I feel like I'm doing a jazz scat every time I start vocalizing randomly, and you know what? I don't have regrets about that. So, there? I guess? I'm not honestly sure where I was going with this statement. I certainly went somewhere, maybe? Ah. It's probably how it started anyway, so it probably works. I'll take it. Also, that's a really cute emo! Ah. I've seen, like, I think maybe, like, one other like this. I wonder if it's some kind of template that's going around or something. That's so cute. It's so good. It's just a little blobber wiggling around. I'm absolutely here for it. I am very pro Bob blobber wiggling around. I can talk still. What are you talking about? I'll tell you when I've had enough. What have you been up to lately, Lavender? If I may be so bold as to ask. That doesn't apply for it. That's a little better. Okay. And we take that, and we take that, and we go here, and left motion. There we go. Let's see if I can change this one up a little bit, though. Doesn't quite look right. Okay. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. Yeah, I think I should do, oh, not that one. This one, please. There we go, I think. Okay. The necklaces are going to be fairly heavy, so I don't really have to give them a Y swish. But I should think about that for some of the others, like the tube glass bow is pretty lightweight, so I'll probably want to consider giving it an up down too. Y swish. We should check to make sure of something wrong. When I do that, Okay, good. Yeah, they are still over the top of the knot. Might also... Yeah, you know what, let's also add in a necklace toggle. I think that would probably make it be a little easier, so that way you could also turn it as an accessory on and off like you can do with the glasses. This one. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Okay. Alright, so let's see, when it's down here, that is at its lowest, right? Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and we'll go like, just pull it up down to here, maybe? Oh, hey, Philosopher, how's it going? I'm having a pretty good one, I think. I didn't have access to all of the meds that I needed to this morning, so consequently, I'm a little sleepy. But I'm still having an okay day. Yeah. You've been busy? Well, that sounds good, I hope. It's been stressful. Haven't had a job for a couple weeks, and 2 weeks till you move halfway across the state. But been okay. Went to for recon 2 weeks ago, and that was epic. Well, I'm glad you still are having stuff that you're actively enjoying. That's important. Oh, I'm working on rigging for Nia's goblin model tonight. I did drawing on a couple of different models, or not models, doodles. Finished up the fusion doodle, started work on a couple of doodle redeems. And having a sensitive nose all day though, so that's a little bothersome. Okay. Lots of doodling the doodles, you take it? You take it correctly. And this, let's get this, this, and this. Now we're gonna synthesize some corners and fix... Excuse me? You wanna try that again? There we go, there's your problem. Really? Come on. Alright, well, let's try going one at a time then, I guess. Really, why is that doing that? Not convert locked objects. That's not right. Why would it be doing that? Alright, well, I'll just have to fix it manually, I guess. Oh wait, what? Actually, it's not that bad, honestly. Till it gets, like, weirdly stuck at parts. I have no idea what's going on with that. That's very bothersome, though. No idea why it's doing that either. Alright, well, I'll just have to live with that. Okay, so that's that blouse. Let's see about the other one. What is good? Oh! Right. It's because I have there. I wonder if that will still cause that issue. Okay, well, you know what? Let's try it. Okay, yeah, that does work. Gotta fix it, but that does work. Okay, I figured out the issue. I feel smart. And I like feeling smart. It feels good. Yeah, let's leave that one. Thank you so much. Aww, Sradaman, thank you so much. Gosh, I am flattered that anyone would want to subscribe to me for 1 month, much less be there very nearly from the start of when I've been able to do subscriptions. Thank you, that's really generous of you, and I hope that I can keep delivering what it is that you see fit to throw your money at. It's going pretty well for me. What about for you? I had a nice busy day today, although I didn't get a ton of stuff that I wanted to get done per se, because I didn't have all of my meds. I had, crucially, I was missing my methylphenidate, my focus good mid, so I wasn't focusing very good. And as a result, I'm also a little sleepy now. But I'm still having a good time. Still making work. Or doing work. What about you? Did you end up, have you made any more progress on that really cool rainbow shield?
Just listen. That's the way computers talk, Vtuber.
And you can tell V about this. Cut out a heavy-duty shield at work on a plasma cutter, but to actually assemble the pieces of it, it needed to be rolled out with a slight curve. But it's too strong for the bender you have access to bend, so you need to find a machine shop with a stronger bender. I watched a couple decent a decent number, I guess, of Futurama episodes. Is that applicable here? Personally, I didn't really care that much for the character of Bender, but I appreciate, in theory at least, what he brings to the show. I see.
What the fuck was that?
Thank you for the head pat. Hi! Hi to you too. How's it going, Umbra? Going okay? I'm glad to hear that.
I know what
Oh
you're
my god, I'm so sorry. I've been shirking my duties. Don't worry, I'm still at least partially asleep, so I don't feel it nearly as much. Also, my eyes seem to be a little wonky. I might have to fix that. Did that hit you in the kidney? I don't know. Anatomy was never my strong subject. Strong subject. Strong subject in. My strong subject in school. My strong subject in school. Yeah, I finished a statement. Yeah!
Just listen.
Also, I don't know if I have a kidney in the traditional sense. You didn't mean to nut in your mouth. Apology accepted. Umbra, apology accepted. I'm sure few people do. Well, I can think of at least 2 people who do intend it, and obviously I'm not going to mention that on Twitch because Grandfather B's is someone I don't want to attract the ire of. Although that said, one of my personal minor goals I will also say is to write a country music style song about how we should guillotine Jeffrey Bezos. And I'm going to very clearly in the song say, this is satire. I don't think we should actually do this. However, because satire also is very important to commit to a bit, I am going to say, yes, actually. Ignore what I just said, we should kill him. Because it is it's a personal goal of mine to get a decidedly anti-Amazon song available on, like, an Amazon Alexa. I got the idea because I learned that Walmart, at least for a little while, carried a book about how shitty Walmart was. So I thought, hey, maybe I could do something similar. Unfortunately for me, I've been so far stopped by my simple inability to write music good. Careful, Amazon owns Twitch. That is true. Like I said, though, this is a hypothetical song that does not actually exist. You cannot go to your Amazon Alexa right now and say, Alexa, how would I kill Jeffrey Bezos and get away with it? Because that would simply not give you any information. Also, hey, Wyvern, how's it going? I feel like it's been a while. How have you been? Be like about there. It's pretty much on the money. Let's bring this down now. This is the actual, like, end point. It's probably, like, about there, or it should be at least. Oh, it's actually significantly longer than I thought it was. Oh, where's that cow? Oh, there you are! Hey, bud. You're mostly good? Finally recovered from your museum visit? Ooh. Well, I hope the museum itself was nice at least. I usually like going to museums, so I'm sorry to hear that it was a challenging experience. I'm doing alright. had a very weird day because my prescriptions weren't all here, so my alchemical supplements couldn't cover my potion of focus on thing. So consequently, I am now slippy. But I'm still having a good one. I got some nice pictures and gave the local airbase medics something to do. I'm sorry, what? What happened? That sounds very concerning. You okay? I mean, I guess you said you're okay, but... I'm confused by what happened. If you don't want to talk about it, though, that's also fine. We gotta keep moving to stay awake. Huh? Excuse me. Well, other than that, I've been having a pretty chill day. I got a little bit of stuff done on a bunch of little things, and, honestly, that's the main thing. So let's see. I was going to get Kukubo Y, I think. Let's see, how much movement have we given the bow so far? That's a lot of movement. Should probably give it a little bit of up-down, though. You passed out from heat exhaustion and dehydration. It was 110 in the desert, and the museum is close to an airbase, so when it happened, they took you in till you recovered. That sounds scary. I'm glad to hear you're okay, though. That's the important part. Well, other than that, did you have a good time at least? Yeah, you're fine now. And you had a good bit of fun. Gotta remember to bring way more water next time. I'm glad to hear you're okay. And that you still had, despite that, a good time, more or less. I've been slowly nursing this can of Diet Pepsi with the 0 sugar because although it's not gonna help after the stream when I will want to go to bed, until then, it'll be a little more useful. What kind of stuff did you see at the museum, by the way? I don't remember what... Well, I don't think I actually asked what kind of thing it was. But what kind of thing was it? Well, aircraft, helicopters, aviation stuff in general, pretty cool up close. Nice! What was your favorite thing that you saw? Your favorite has to be the car they had on display? A car at an Air Force museum. Okay, I'll bite. Why was there a car at an Air Force museum? It wasn't even a fancy car? Okay. Why was there a car at an Air Force museum? I am fully invested in learning about this strangely normal car. So we know it's not a flying car. It's not a fancy car, so it probably wasn't like, oh yes, this is the important Air Force General blah blah blah's car. Oh, it really was. Oh, okay. Huh. Belonged to the base commander at one point. He's got some questionable tastes in cars. Huh. I don't mean to tell them how to do their job, but that doesn't feel like they're doing their job very well. You took pictures along it with everything else. It's just a normal 70s car. Fantastic. I'm sorry, I've had a stuffy nose all day. Let's start with some actual tail of the bow. Or does the stuffy nose have me? I hadn't even thought of that. What am I gonna do? Oh well. What can I really do anyway? No one ever does. Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're so right. Oh, nope. Don't want to move the whole dang thing. Okay, yeah, it looks pretty... no, actually, hold on. It needs to be a little lower. There we go, that's about right. No, that doesn't quite work. Hey, chat. Would any of y'all be interested in watching a series of Disney Channel original movies with me? I'm going to be doing either like some sort of review format or rating or some kind of like ranking system. I have a lot that people have suggested. I don't think I'm going to do all of them, because that's like frickin' 40 plus movies. And, no. I can't do that. I'm not strong. Yes? Alright, nice. I'll... Ow. Oh my gosh, hello! Hey! What are you doing here? Thank you so much! The eternal nights come bearing hugs! The eternal nights come bearing hugs! Well, here, I think it's time. Chat, get your jackalope hugging implements ready, because I'm going in deep. In a 3, and a 2, and a... So, let's let the shout-out run through. Now, one of these days I might try to finish up that Darkest Dungeon playthrough now that I've got the save file on the same computer. Maybe by that point I would even enjoy playing Darkest Dungeon 2. FB and I... If B and I were in the same room, you wouldn't know which to shoot. She has become me. Oh no. There's two of you. One of you, however, is like a solid 1.5 feet shorter than you. Different weight, much less muscle definition, doesn't have the same hair color, wears glasses, other than that, though, yes. On every level except all of those levels. Well, welcome, Raiders. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. And for some reason, Obsidia has just decided to make herself one of my most diehard fans. Simps, one could even say, perhaps. I wouldn't, but one could if they so chose. I do variety streaming, though I tend to most focus on roguelikes and digital artwork. Joining me is my co-host and channel mascot, Francisco. He's a great guy once you get to know him. A little hard to get to know since he has no mouth. But he's also somehow a real sweet talker, so just like try not to get your heart broken by him anytime soon. Tonight, we are working on the model for Elfgal Goes of her goblin alt self. So, the unfortunately named Goblin Gal comes. Hulu level shrimping even, right? Darkest Dungeon ended in disaster. Your fish simp got seduced and then vored. Ah. I hate to hear it. That's awful. Well, y'all can pull up a chair, make yourselves comfy. If you got any questions, I'm here, and it is Dumb Bench Oversharing hours. Hi, I'm the Dumb Bench who's gonna be oversharing. I'm a little more unhinged than normal, I would say, because I did not have my ADHD meds today, so I don't know what I'm gonna do at any given point. Pretty sure it won't be TOS violating, but just in case it is, tell my family I love them. I don't know why Papa Twitch would murder me over that, but I don't know, I'll cover my bases. That's the sentence? Yeah, Goblin Gal comes. Where's she coming? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? She'd probably tell you so. Also, thank you very much, Sega Satchel, for following. I hope you enjoy it here. But yeah, I'm sort of playing catch-up a little bit on this model, and no mustard. But it's because I took a while of a break on this because I had a big convention that I went to, and I really enjoyed. And now I'm gonna be able to share that stuff with you tomorrow. So if you're interested, swing by then too. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the Darkest Dungeon thing, that is quite a sentence. Hold on. I'm gonna take this moment to look at something far away for a second to let my eyes fix themselves. Alright. Just gonna clean my glasses. We were fighting the final boss of the Siren, and she seduced our guy. She had previously seduced an earlier phase and then devoured him. Really? Huh. I don't think I've ever actually done a Darkest Dungeon, like, hardest difficulty setting version of that boss, so I have never had to deal with that move before. I guess it just sucks to suck that for that one guy, right? You're on, like, week 80? Wait, isn't there only 100 weeks in the hardest mode? You doing good there? Oh, I can see different now. Well, I hope it works out for you. Random thought. Hi, I'm the random thought. But also something I was thinking about. When do you think it's too early to start calling your streaming schedule a partner push? Because obviously, on average, I'm like 60 plus people away from hitting the required minimum, so I don't think I actually could. But let me do some stretches. But when is too early to start calling my regular streaming a partner push? Oh. Start advertising at average 3 and work your way up. Clearly it will work. Oof. I mean, maybe it would? I don't know. Look, I don't know how success works in this industry. I don't know what I'm doing half the time, and the other half of the time, I'm too scared to try and do things that I think might help, because if they don't help, then I have nothing to blame but myself and uncontrollable circumstance that I cannot change. And that is where the depression hits in.
Depression.
It's too early when you're just starting out in streaming? Okay. Thank you for the head pat. This is nice. Okay. What if you are, like, I don't know, hypothetically going on 1.5? Oh, legit though, don't do it, period. It doesn't help for a lot of reasons that are long to type. Ah, I see. I will trust your opinion, because I don't trust my own opinion, and I know that you are quite knowledgeable in things. If you're doing it, don't start until average like 60, 65. That seems reasonable. No, not that one, please. This one. I don't know how I would even get that high, to be honest. Like, I'm still at the point where I feel like regularly hitting 20 to 30 people is the big time, you know? Quite knowledge. Ah, bowl. And, like, I'm fortunately in a position where I don't have to succeed at this. It is not, like, a life or death or anything like that. But it would also be nice to succeed. I know that I'm not owed anything, but it is always nice to succeed. Alright, so I got that. Got that. Now we gotta put these together again. Alright, now this is where it's gonna get messy.
Oh, yeah, that's getting messy. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, no. It looks like Akira or not Akira, it looks like Tetsuo at the end of Akira when he's just starting to go Super Saiyan tumor mode. Oh, boysy. Alright, well, time to get to fixing. Okay, let's try this a little more manually. Okay, so... maybe something like this. I think that's why, though, at the moment I'm just going for more people that potentially could show up. I figure if followers are high enough and stay engaged and actively enjoy me enough, then law of large numbers, eventually I'll start finding times when more of those people are on and down to watch me in general. I don't know if that's like a crazy way to try and do it, but that's how I've started thinking about it. Also, I hope that talking shop hasn't been, like, boring or off-putting for anyone. I'm still feeling a little congested and sleepy and heady from everything, so... you know. Not a streamer, but you can say you've known a number of streamers who burn themselves out focusing on normal routes of success with streaming over their own approach, stress themselves out, comparing themselves to others, work themselves into hating it and quitting. It's certainly a dangerous method. Yeah. I'm with you there, I understand that. No, not that one, but I have... Shadow, please. Thank you, Shadow. It's
probably like around about there. 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 You stream for fun and try to focus on just having fun and giving a fun and positive atmosphere. Any growth comes as a result of people enjoying and feeling comfortable. Yeah, that's usually what I just try. It's usually just the kind of thing that I try to tell myself. Or not tell myself, because then I wouldn't really believe it as well, but remind myself of. And it does work. And I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, because I do really and genuinely appreciate being able to share time with everyone. That's about right. I want to bring this one downwardly more. Like 2 in. That is this row. Just about there, I think. 1, 2, closer there. And this is... That's why you really should just not stress yourself out about it. Do what feels right for you and enjoy it. The worst thing you can do for both yourself and your viewers is get burnt out. That's true. That's true. It's weird sometimes, you know? Learning how to learn when you are just enough. It's not something I ever really remember having someone, like, specifically sit me down to talk about, you know? I don't want to get too schmaltzy, though. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I quite enjoy getting schmaltzy. So I want the bottom at about this level. Okay. No, that's the bowtail shadow. Oh, no, that's too much. Get that off. Let's get bowtail. Go. Have to be about that high or so. Thank you, though. It helps to get reminders like that every now and then. So, again, I don't know how to say it while sounding as sincere as I feel, but seriously, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Alright, now let's see, where was I? Oh, I forget. Well, first off, was there anyone in here who was able to see the premiere of Natural One Comet Tale? And follow-up question, was there anyone who watched the VOD of it today? Because I am very, very curious about what people think of that one. Because I had a blast playing Zuza, and am really looking forward to seeing where we're gonna go from here with it all. And if anyone has, like, no idea what I'm talking about, please also tell me. I don't want to leave anyone clueless. Forgot to ask if there was a VOD. Yes, if you go to Lytro the Bronze's... Woo! If you go to Lytro the Bronze's Twitter account, or I assume it's going to be linked there, or in the Twitch, that would also probably do it. You should be able to find links to the VODs. Actually, you know what? I found the link. I'll just post it myself, because I am a mod in my own chat, and I know how to do that. Oh my gosh, he did end up using that as the title. Space hamster with cheese. I've been informed that space hamsters are absolutely gigantic. Like, larger than cows, and treated about the same way. Alright, let's get back to focus. And maybe I could have this one then at, like, partway up? Yeah, that... Oh... that doesn't quite feel right. Maybe let's try lowering this down instead. Okay, if their size huge right here. They can grow to size huge during mating season. It's a very strange evolutionary adaptation, I'm sure. Still blows your mind that the top of the top streamers make 1 to 9 mil. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Although, to be fair, like, From what I understand, that's pretty much, like, none of that is really coming from Twitch. It's largely just coming from, like, donations or through sponsors or through merch sales, stuff like that. Because, like, if you're trying to make actual money off of Twitch, the last thing you want to do is rely on Twitch to give you actual money. True. Oof, excuse me. So that is hopefully the fourth line out. 3, 4. Yeah, that's that. I like Dancing Bow. They really know how to party. Anyway. Let's move the tails into position. Actually, you know what? Since I have it like that, I should actually be able to make that do the same thing with all of them, which might be actually pretty smart. Let's make this also no clip to bow shadow L. Shadow. Okay, well that's partially. So, bow 2 shadow. Okay. Bow 2 shadow. And what is this? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? Oh, right, I need to do that for the others, too. I mean, that's true. That's true. Bow to shadow L. There we go. The idea of that. Yeah? Money is a very strange and silly concept when you really start to think about it. Doesn't mean that we should start trading in apes or even more imaginary money than the imaginary money we already trade in. But you know what I mean. Let's see. Shadow. Oh. Yeah, like... There we go. Bow, tail, shadow, armor. Yeah, I guess. You know, it's not a social construct, though. Macaroni and cheese. Huh? 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 No, cheese, philosopher. I think you need to clean your ears out. You're getting hearing problems in your young old age. Alright, let's see, where is the other part of this? Oh, okay, yeah, that should probably work. Although it's not really exactly equal. To be fair, I don't imagine mac and cheese is constructed frequently outside of a society. No, but all of the component parts are things that don't need a society to exist. Like, there will still be wheat or rice or whatever grain you use to make macs and cheese, and there will still be milk outside of society. Milk and grain does not live in a society. They are perhaps products of it, sure, but I would not call them in and of themselves a society or an imaginary thing. Not that bowtail, this bowtail. I still disagree. On a principle. A vice principal, so you know that they've got things to prove. So I need to move those around. Actually, no, we don't. Okay. Okay, let's do a quick save. Just because something is imaginary doesn't mean it's not real. I mean, at a certain point, though, words have to mean something. Alright, so looks like we got this squared away. Let's see, mouth forms, I think we're alright to be tried out another time. I should be able to send this over, or this part at least, over to Nia for approval. Let's make sure that... Okay, yeah. That works. Love to have a couple cups of coffee, just chill and have some philosophical bullshit with me. See, the problem is, philosopher, that I'm the kind of philosopher that knows that philosophy is bullshit and thinks many forms and the study of philosophy is bullshit, which unfortunately makes me a philosopher. It is an inescapable truth that you cannot exist as a sapient existence without somehow being a philosopher, whether you know or want to. I would not call myself a willing philosopher. Okay, here we go. Do we have the eyelash associated with XDI? Okay, we do. Let's fix this. This is why you always gotta make sure you do tests. Go. Same for this one. I gotta remember to do all of this really carefully, because the last time... Ow! Oh god, no! Ah! Oh, they're very sharp! Oh no! No! Oh, that one got up my nose! Oh god, now... That one got in my nose! I don't know... Oh boy. Okay. Thank you for the funny drug number. Ah! Okay, that tracks. That tracks. I know that I still need to do the body X, and I will, but tonight I just feel like focusing on little things, so let me try and do some of those first. Sweat off. At the very least, I wanted to give Drool some physics. Which is something that I didn't plan on saying today, but I did now, and we'll simply have to live with that. I'm going to give Drool physics. If I can find it in my list. There it is. Rule? No. Rule. For real though, how are things on my end? Hope me and Epi are doing well. Yeah. We're doing pretty well, I would say. We're kinda just hanging at the moment, and you know what? I think that's fine. We're still working out a lot of things about a lot of things, going through a lot of issues, dealing with being very, very busy, but I think overall, we're still doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Woohoo! No! That's incorrect. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, you can have a little drool party now. Woo! Drool party! Alright. To be fair, if there's not a bit of chaos going on, you're doing it wrong. Fair. Alright, now... Body X. What have we got so far? Okay. How does that look without this outfit on? Clothing? Excuse me? Oh, that's right, because I minimize this. Let's turn that back on. Turn that back on. One of the nice things, though, is that by request, I made her such an absolute washboard that I don't think she even registers as being potential Booba Luda. Which, you know what, works fine for me. Kappa Gabo? No, she's not a Kappa. I don't know where you'd get that from, but no. Shell? Well, what shell? She's got ears. I don't know why people keep mistaking the ears for a shell, but no, they are just ears. Oh, yeah, those are literally her ears. It'll probably be a little easier to tell once I have set up the ear physics. Oh. You good, YouTube? You doing good, bud? There we go. Okay. Yeah, you know. Do your ears hang low? Do they woggle to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Could you, I don't know, throw them over your shoulder like you're, some kind of continental soldier? Do your ears hang low? Do your ears even hang, bro? You should see a doctor for that. That sounds like it could be a benign or malignant growth. I think if I ever did get a unsolicited dick pic, that is how I would respond. Just like, not any kind of disgust, just like a very genuine, thank you for showing me this. I agree. I think you might have a serious problem. I'm worried about your health, bud. I think you should really check in with your doctor. This looks like it could be something bad. That would be how I would hope to handle any unsolicited dick pic if one ever came my way. Where'd I put my ding-dang arm warts? There's one of them.
If we won't stop, there will be no future for us.
You sent rooster pics on Tinder? Huh. Like, what was the goal just to, like, see if you could get yourself banned from Tinder, or? I assume that's a thing that you can do on Tinder, right? Get banned? It feels like it's a thing that should be, right? Oh yeah, let me... But I don't want him to learn that you get a treat every time by coming in here and it's late at night. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, you're being a crazy fox, so... I mean, I don't mind as long as when it comes time, you're able to rein yourself in. And to, you know how the saying goes, to have the wisdom to know when to not be horny, the self-control to not be horny, and the ability to read the room to know the difference. I think that's how that saying goes. You doing okay there, YouTube? Or I can like wait if you want. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, YouTube. Come on. Come on. I know you want to play music for me. Come on. You can do it. There you go. You did it. I'm so proud of you, Tube. Get the arm right there. Let's check out. Oh, right. It's the wrong one. This one. There we go. How's the Souls of Darkness been going? I don't know. Never played it before in my life. You're talking about Elden Ring. It's a game. I can say that. with 100% certainty. It's a game. It's a game that sometimes, despite its best efforts, I even enjoy. Other times, I very much do not. And what time it will be from day to day, moment to moment, I do not know. It is something. It's certainly something. Now, where did I put my neck? There it is. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm still playing. I did promise, after all, that I would do my best to actually finish the game. The very, very long feeling game. But I do intend to actually try my best to do exactly that. Goodbye, B. You're gonna be eating some ramen while watching some DC movies? Ooh, that sounds nice. Have fun, take care, and I'll see you around. Oh? You listen to Seahorse's music as well, I take it? Yeah, Seahorse does good music sets. Do about that other than maybe. Now we can turn the head all the way back up. Turn the mouth on. Blah! And also turn the ear on so I don't forget that I have an ear missing. Ear L. Ear. Let's do the hair front as well. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it that way. Oh well, sucks to suck. This is some dang good Toho music. I ain't even have anything to say about it. This is just good Toho music. God. Why is it that Toho music always goes so hard? Like, it doesn't need to. The game could have easily coasted on just the super hard fandom and all of the artwork and characters and stuff. And yet, it's got absolute slappers, knee slappers, headbangers, song jammers. I don't know what else to call it. It's just good.
Nope. Oh, you're off making dinner and going to eat then rest up? Alright, sounds good, philosopher. Take care, sweet dreams, and I'll see you around. I'm getting pretty sleepy too. Okay, what was I doing again?
Okay, there we go. I think I fixed the issues I was having with the neck, so let's save our progress. Okay, so let's see. Right, I was doing Body X originally. Excuse me. This one would be -2. Okay. This one meanwhile is going 1, 2, 3 in. Okay, let's make sure this looks right with the other clothing. Because this could happen otherwise. Alright, let's see. Let's see what's going on. What's going on here? Alright. Okay, it's not as huge a difference as it could be, but it's still good. See if I could fix this if I end up deciding I want to. Not very effectively, that is the answer. So we won't bother. I would have to probably, yeah, I would have to render the base of the blouse separate from the ribbon, and I don't really want to do that at this point, because that just feels like too much. Plus, also, it might not even be an issue for her, so it's better for me to check first. I think I would like to keep these separate though, because it doesn't look right with the way they want. Necklaces. Next one. Alright, let's see how terrible this looks when I reflect motion. Actually, that's pretty good. Nice. Alright. You know what? I think I'm gonna call it here to give myself some extra time to cool down and relax. So, thank you all so much. Let me flip us on over to here. Alright. What a night. I feel beat. And also a little hungry. Hey, thanks for showing up and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Can I, well, while I start looking for someone to raid, can I get a exclamation point socials? Let's see. Oh. Wow, my eyes really are going wonky tonight. I'm definitely gonna have to look into that. It's not a problem with the rigging so much as within my VTube studio stuff. So. Hey, Francisco, while I'm doing this, do you think you could turn on some music? Thank you. Alright. Alright, well, I can do it easily enough. So, first link is the Discord. If you want to hang out outside of stream, go over there. There's already a ton of fantastic people that are a part of that community, and I would love for you to be able to meet them, and for me to be able to meet you. I'm also going to, God help me, be starting to watch a bunch of Disney Channel original movies over on Discord throughout the month of June, because for some silly reason I got the idea to do some kind of ranking or rating stream content stuff about it, so we'll see how that goes. But Discord is the place to go for that. Then we have Throne. Throne is just one of many ways that you can support me, and honestly, while financial support is an incredible honor, or commissions just as much so, the best way that you can help me is a way that's completely free, and that is simply by sharing me and my channel and my content with people that you think would be interested. So maybe that is a friend, you're talking about the kind of streamers you like watching, or it could be as grand as leading raids over. Every little bit, every little person that I get to meet, honestly, tremendous help. And more friends that I get to meet. And we got Twitter. I share stuff, I post memes, I put my schedule every Sunday over there. And finally, YouTube, when I put my VODs anywhere that is where they go. Alright, so my next stream is going to be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. I'm going to be talking and showing off the cosplay pictures that I got over the last weekend. Well, no, that would be 2 weekends ago at Anime Boston, and I'm also going to be doing more creative stuff. Do I know what that means? No. It might still turn into just a flex day, and you know what? I would be totally okay with that. But, if you want to hang out for cosplay and chill tomorrow, that'll be 6 p.m. EST, same channel, same place, same Jackalope, same you, maybe. And with all that said, let's find someone to raid, huh? Who is on right now? That could use some company. Oh boy, I'm sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy baby. Okay. Pop quiz chat. Metal Gear Solid 4 or Metal Gear Revengeance? Which one are we doing? Come on, chat. I need your help for this one. Where are we going? Do you want to watch Old Man Snake? Or do you want to watch Robo Man Raiden? Alright, I guess I'll just have to flip a coin. I do have a coin here, right? Yes, there's a coin. Okay. Heads will be Revengeance, tails will be Solid 4. Okay. That is going to be Revengeance. So, that means we are going to hop over to Sappho Streaming. She is a very fun, very silly little dog girl lesbian. So I hope everyone will be on their best behavior. If you're coming along for the raid, here are some raid messages you could use. You can use the first one if you don't have a subscription here, and you can use the second one if you do and want to show off the channel emotes. And yeah, I had a wonderful time tonight. I owe it all to you. I hope you all take great care of yourselves until I get the chance to see your lovely, lovely faces again. And maybe that will be tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. Maybe it will be some other time. But until we meet again, take care of yourselves, chat, because some bunny out there really cares about you. It's me. I'm the bunny. Now then, goodbye! 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 Hug! Smooch if you want. And now, let's go say hi to the Sappho, huh? Good night. Goodbye. Love you.